hold it like here, it tends to get really quiet, and then they can't hear. So you want to have it like kind of like you're eating an ice cream cone.
Yeah, okay.
It,
All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I just wanted to point out that I have closed captioning before I go too far. I know my voice will be echoing, the equipment's pretty loud, so hopefully that helps. But we are seeing a visiting artist today. This is the last day of Annette Blair's residency. She's up in the front wearing all black. And we are going to be working on a couple of collaborative projects today with an artist who has been here in the past. April, she's to our visiting artist right. And we will see this really large low bowl shape, so very wide, very shallow bowl. We'll be making a variety of pieces, but starting with that one in particular. And we're already getting started up on the screen or over on the left bench. And I just want to point out that we have a ton of our visiting artists' finished work on the front tables on display. So this is all stuff that was made over the past maybe 4 days of the residency. And a lot of this work is based off of materiality, memory, and passing time. So specifically, a lot of these pieces will have embedded metal filings, and these will continue to oxidize, rust over time, and it will transform the work even after it's done in the studio. And these smaller ones, these were made before Annette even came into the hot shop. So these ones are made probably in her studio back at home. And just to mention something really cool, Annette has been working with glass for about 25 years, or so it says online. Sometimes it could be even longer, and they're just considering their professional experience. But yeah, oftentimes we have a lot of visiting artists that come through, and they have hardly worked with glass. But this time we have an artist who is a glass professional herself, and she is a gaffer, which is basically a glass blowing team leader. And she creates artwork for many different famous artists in Australia, where she lives. So again, up on the screen or over on the left bench, we have started our project. I just wanted to explain what we've done up to this point because you guys came in just after we got started. But in the front, Annette was just starting to work with these pieces of glass right here. This is called color bar, and we'll get it shipped in and melt down sections of it to layer within the walls of our piece. So we have started to do that. We have at least 2 layers of color on just this one bubble already. We always start with clear glass on the end of our pipe, so technically we have a thin layer of clear within this bubble. So we've started to blow this bubble out. We've created this divot right off the end of the pipe as well, where it's connecting the bubble to the pipe. So we'll break that bubble off eventually from that divot once we're ready. And this is where we're getting all of our glass in the first place. If you haven't seen it already, this is the glass furnace. So sitting inside of the tank with the closed door, we have a large ceramic crucible filled with clear molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we gather it up much like honey. So Gabe has gotten just a little bit of that clear glass. And this will act as an attachment point to the end of our bubble. And that allows us to break the bubble off from its original pipe. So now we can start working on the other end, open it up into a cup-like shape, much like this, honestly. So a little bit of a different shape, but same idea, rounded bottom and then nice tall walls. So that whole process where we layered the color within the glass, we're seeing it again at the center bench right here. So we melt down a piece of that solid colored glass called color bar, drop it down on top of a clear bubble, and then we spread it smooth over top of that entire clear bubble so you only see that color. So now we have two different things going on at the same time at different benches. I just want to point out that these large open face furnaces, they're not exactly running at different temperatures. They may be slightly different, but we just wanted to work at two benches at the same time. That's why we have two of those lit up. And they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit warmer than the molten glass itself usually. And I got some good questions about visiting artist residencies kind of in general a few moments ago. So I'll point out whenever we have a visiting artist, they can bring assistants of their own or they can just use the hot shop team that is offered to them. There are people that work here for the museum and they'll help visiting artists that come through. And so we have a mix of people on the floor. We have some of our full-time resident hot shop team members, and then we also have some people that Annette has brought in herself or asked to come in, essentially. And Annette could choose to do almost anything she wants with this work that she creates. That's just how it goes when we have a visiting artist residency. They bring in the designs, the ideas, we help create them, and then they get to choose what happens with them. They could take them home, they could put them into a gallery or sell them, or in this case, again, we're going to see some collaborative projects today, which is pretty cool. So Annette's going to be blowing this glass, and then another artist, April, kind of closer to the front, is going to be eventually etching, carving into the glass and creating physical texturing in the final product. Not really anymore, yeah. Not for a long time. He has his own studio in Seattle, so he always is working up there. He doesn't physically handle it very much himself, but I've seen videos, he'll take like some wooden paddles and he'll create some like creases in the glass, and he still does his paintings, I think. I think he's about 83 years old now. I have to Google it, but so after letting that layer of color cool down, we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that, and we're blocking it. So using this wooden spoon-shaped tool to smooth and even all that glass out. Also, we will be using this box on and off throughout the day today. I just want to point out anything we put inside of it is going to be kept at or preheated up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really warm, but at that temperature, the glass is solid again, so it's not going to be moving, changing shape. We can heat it up further and actually start working with it, but it's also not such a low temperature that the glass can crack and break from thermal shock, which is an extreme temperature change in the glass. It breaks it. So I believe we put the cup that we made over on the left bench in there. We're just letting it stay warm until we're ready to use it. And this is where we're pulling a lot of our color out from as well. Oh yeah, so we only have clear glass in our furnaces, and then we apply the color through other various means, such as the color bar or maybe frit, which are shards of colored glass. Maybe you saw that somewhere. But there is such thing as, color pots, so they call them. They fill them up with colored glass. The only problem with those is you usually want to consistently use that color, otherwise it's not worth it because it's so hard to clean out when you're done with it and then change the color. But yeah, there is such thing as color pots, especially if it's a smaller furnace. But so this is how we start the bubbles in the very first place. Just a single gather of clear on the end of the pipe. And then usually we give it a puff of air before covering it immediately with our thumb, which keeps that air pressurized and really pushes it into the glass. It's hard to start the bubble if you're just blowing into the end of the pipe. But once you have it, you actually blow pretty softly compared to what a lot of people imagine. Also, we've pulled that cup back out. That's the piece of glass that we have at the center bench now. And again, for anyone that maybe didn't see it earlier, we were keeping it warm inside of that large silver box. We're just pulling it back out now to start using it. And we will be setting that cup upright into a small heated ring we've just placed onto the floor. we'll be stuffing a bubble of glass inside of that cup to pick it up. So we're going to have at least 3 layers of color within this one piece of glass because of all this. So we knock that cup off by applying a little bit of water to the end of the pipe, tapping the pipe, and again, this is set upright into that heated ring. And that bubble is stuffed inside to pick it up. And we'll now go through the process of heating this up, rolling it on the marver, this metal table, to smooth that connection out. Just make sure everything is contouring to each other. And I have something that I want to show off. There's a video that we have of Annette's process in creating some of her pieces. Again, she created the ones on the front pedestals independently and brought them in to show them off. And if you look closely at them, you'll see that there are actually some metals inside of the walls or on the outside of the piece. It's just really interesting to look at up close. There's so much texture and color, but there's a video showing off how she gets the various colors and textures in her glass. So could we have her process video up on the screen? So I just wanted to point out, closer to the end of the video, that grinding is not really to shape that piece of metal, but it was to shoot all those sparks onto the surface of the piece. Exactly. You guys already knew, but I just wanted to make sure everyone picked that up. So literally embedding those pieces of metal into the side of the piece. And the video, the person you saw in that video, she's our visiting artist today, Annette Blair. And she's actually the one who's working at the center bench right here, right now. And the pieces that we're making today are a little bit different than what we've seen during the residency so far. Again, all these pieces up in the front. Today we're going to be seeing a few collaborative pieces between our visiting artist Annette and then April, who is leaning against the metal table there, the marver. Yeah, April's going to be carving into the glass and creating physical and visual texture once the pieces are finished. So we're layering all these colors within the piece so that when we carve those layers away, you could see the various colors underneath. And yeah, there are some sample tiles up in the front here for anyone that wants to take a closer look. Some of them are closer to more exact than the others. But the exact shape that we're going to see today is more of a low bowl shape. So same process as earlier, where we want to flip the orientation of the piece. That means that we attach a pipe onto the end. And then eventually we will apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, that divot off the end of the first pipe. And tap the pipe to pop it off. If they get that connection cold enough, they can thermally shock the glass enough by just squeezing it with a cold metal tool. And now they can work on opening this up. And Annette told me that the idea of this piece of glass is that they will be able to carve into either side of the glass. So the top or the bottom of the bowl, or both. Yeah, I just wanted to update you guys on what we have going on today. I want to point out before I go too far that I have closed captioning on the screen. It's been a little bit echoey and loud in here today, so that'll help us out. But we have a visiting artist in here. Her name is Annette Blair. She's the one sitting and working at the center bench at the moment. And we're working on a low bowl shape at the moment. This has at least 3 layers of color within the walls of the glass. It's really interesting how we got those. We used a method called a stuff cup, where we essentially create a cup of colored glass. Then we take a different bubble of glass and stuff it inside, so that color is just on the surface of the piece. And this is an eventual collaborative project with another artist who's down here. Her name is April. She's sitting on the table with all black clothing. And she is going to be carving into the glass using a variety of cold working tools. And these are some example tiles down here in the front. Yeah, I know. She just brought them out to show us, but Annette will blow the glass, and then April will carve away at the layers of color and create texture using that method. And could I have Annette's work up on the screen, please? So I haven't really gotten a chance to show this off quite yet, but we'll see a variety of works up on the screen now, made by our visiting artists. Some previous made work. Sometimes there's some process photos, inspiration photos throughout the slideshow. And the series that she's been working on at the Museum of Glass, we have a variety of pieces already made on the front tables here. And this is all based off of materiality, memory, and passing time. And she's really inspired by connection to people and places. And these pieces evolve over time. That is why the metal filings are embedded into the sides of the piece, kind of transforms the pieces as it oxidizes and rusts. And that's why a lot of those pieces have those metallic finishes to them. Again, the metal is quite literally embedded into the side of the piece. It's really interesting to watch that process. So Annette is finishing off the shape of this low bowl at the center bench. And it looks like we will be breaking this piece off and putting it away pretty soon. You can always tell when you see somebody get suited up. So they're wearing this, well, just mostly insulated gear, and then a face mask and these big Kevlar gloves. Those Kevlar gloves are the most important. They can handle a lot of heat. Apparently it's the same material as firefighting suits. So we're going to pick up that piece of glass and carry it over to the annealer on the right wall to put it away. And let's give them a round of applause for the first piece of the day done. And into the annealer it goes. So this box, it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day during the day. When we're completely done, we press a button and everything inside slowly cools down to prevent thermal shock. And that cycle is usually about 12 hours or so, so we'll see the pieces again tomorrow. And we've already gotten started on the next piece. They're being really efficient with their time and just continuing to make as much as they can. And could we have some of April's work up on the screen? So I wanted to point out that we are going to see again a collaboration between Annette and April, and April will carve into the glass, so we should see some pieces using some of those cold working techniques. Cold working is, as it sounds, you're working with the glass cold. So room temperature, cold water running over the equipment, and you can grind, cut, polish the glass. You could sandblast it. All of that is done when the glass is cold. Thank you. And again, for those who are just joining in, recently joined in, we have visiting artist Annette Blair. She's the one sitting and working at the center bench at the moment. And I showed off right when you guys were coming in that we're going to have a collaborative project, but we'll mostly be focusing just on the glass blowing portion of it today, again, because the cold working has to happen when the glass is cold. So we should see another low bowl shape. Annette told me that they're going to try to make two of those low bowls, essentially a bowl with low walls and a wide base. And then we should see some other shapes made as well. She has drawn out in her sketchbook, kind of like the shapes you're seeing on the front tables, actually. So Annette has gathered another layer of clear and is sitting down using the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even this glass out. Mostly just to make sure the glass blows out evenly. And this pad is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. It's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. Yeah, so just to point out, that tank with the closed door that she came out of and she had more material, that is the glass furnace, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible in the bottom. And that sits at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So just to give you an idea of the temperatures that we're working with in here. And it looks like we're about to see another stuff cup process. Oh, just a little bit of water. It prevents us from getting air bubbles in the next layer of glass. Yeah, so up in the front, very important step in the process, we have this cup that has at least 2 layers of colored glass within the walls. We broke that off, set it up right into a heated ring, and then stuffed our clear glass bubble inside of it. And what this does is it makes the color essentially right on the surface of the piece instead of buried under those layers of clear with the same amount of material that we would need to blow it out and actually work with it. So we now have at least a couple of layers of color. And yeah, I was getting a couple of good questions, so I'll point out again, all of our equipment runs off of natural gas. It's just kind of pushed in constantly and lit, swirling ball of fire inside of those furnaces. And then we also, every once in a while, we'll see the artist spray some water inside of the glass furnace, which hits the surface of the molten glass, popping any air bubbles that have risen up. And that's just to prevent us from getting any air bubbles in the walls of the piece. By the way, just to mention, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. Just grab my attention and let me know. Because I know you're all coming in at different times and maybe have missed different pieces of information. So yeah, just feel free to raise your hand, let me know at any point. Also, for those who haven't noticed yet, I do have closed captioning up on the screen. I know it could be kind of echoey in here, and depending on where you sit, maybe the speaker's not aimed directly at you. So hopefully that helps us out. So we're rolling the glass on the marber. This time, not so much to shape, but more so to cool certain areas of the bubble, especially the end of the bubble. And that's going to leave the glass thicker in that area when we blow that glass out. So we're controlling the thickness by controlling the heat. And next we're starting the jack line. The jack line is a divot that we create right off the end of the pipe, and we eventually break the entire piece off from that line. We always create it before we even finish blowing the piece out. So right there, that was just a brief moment, but we saw some gravity shaping. So Annette heated up maybe a little over half of the bubble, about half of the bubble, and then it held it up towards the ceiling. And the glass slumped down onto itself and created a squatter, wider shape of the bubble. We can use gravity in the opposite way too. We can stretch the glass out by hanging it down towards the floor and get a tall vase-like or bottle-like shape. Just depends on what we're going for. So it's looking like at the center bench, they've blown it out enough that they are going to attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece and then break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And I know about half the crowd saw that earlier when we transferred that piece to a different pipe. But yeah, for those who haven't seen it yet, it's basically just to flip the orientation of the piece so that we can start to open it up and finish off the bowl shape. And that's a pipe cooler that we're using over on the right, so you're not missing out on too much, just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And then we bring that pipe over. And a divot is made in this connection as well. Make it easier to break this pipe off when we're completely done. So we applied a little bit of water to crack that connection with just a tap of the pipe. And now we have successfully flipped the orientation of our piece, so we can start opening it up from that hole. And just to point out again, too, we are still working over on the left bench, probably preparing the next piece already. Just continuing to work as much as we can. And anytime you see us working with this silver box right here close to the front, this is the garage. We're preheating or keeping pieces of glass inside of there at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really warm, but at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is not so hot that it's malleable and it's going to move, but it's not so cold that it'll break from thermal shock. So just a happy medium temperature. It's where we've been preheating all of our pieces of color. And for those who haven't seen the very beginning of the process, this is what the color looks like when it starts. So we get it shipped in this bar form, and we'll break off sections of it to melt down on the end of our pipe and layer within the walls of our piece, essentially. So we've gotten this glass a little bit wider, enough to the point that we can fit the pachofis inside, start using the pachofis, which are these two wooden blades that Annette is using now at the center bench. These are kept saturated in water. Even when we're not really planning on using them, we just want them to be consistently saturated so that they don't burn very much. And using the tips of those blades, we can push from the inside of the piece and start to widen it from the base first. And that's how we create a low bowl. It's a really difficult shape to make out of glass because you have to expand it from the base like that. And we have been using these wooden paddles for a couple of different reasons. Right now we're using them to more so shield Annette's hand and arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece, but we have been using them to flatten certain areas of the piece as well. And then to open the low bowl or a plate or a platter the rest of the way, usually this is heated up, and then they use centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force from spinning, to completely flare the glass open. And to control how much this flares out, you saw Annette using that pad of newspaper on the outside of the bowl. And now we can see that inside color. This may change as it cools down overnight. It could be a bright red, for example. Red turns gray, brown, black, depending on the exact one that we're using. And then it comes back as the glass cools down overnight. And after we break this piece off and put it away, I'll do another reintroduction as to who we have here and what we have going on, because I know a ton of new people have just joined in. But we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Annette Blair. She's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench, and I keep highlighting her. She's been working with glass for about 25 years. And this is the last day of her residency, sadly. She's been here since Wednesday and is working on some pieces that are a little bit more experimental today. And can we have a view of the powder booth? I'm not sure if looks like we are using it. So you saw them using that large fluffy torch a moment ago. They were heating up just the inside of the bowl. And now they're sprinkling a powdered colored glass on the inside. We have to do this in specifically the powder booth just to avoid inhaling any of that glass. It's pretty well ventilated in there. And then we heat this back up just enough for that powder to stick, but not so much that it really starts to move the piece around. And this is how Annette has gotten a lot of texture on the outside of these pieces right here in the front. And for those who can't see those ones in particular, don't worry, these ones are just about the same texturing using that powdered color. And this is done a handful of times, heating, applying, heating, just to make sure that we have a pretty thick layer of that color and we can't see through it too much. And now this is brought over to the center bench again, which means that we have probably finished applying all of that powder. And can we have a view of the center bench again, please? Thank you. So using these torches, we can apply heat to specific areas of the glass rather than just heating up the entire thing overall inside of the hole. So this fluffy torch, it is about the same temperature, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We're just going to heat up any cold areas. Oh, and we're going back for more powder. You usually don't see people run across the hot shop. It's kind of like pool rules. Don't really want to run, but these guys, they've all been working with glass for a long time. They're so comfortable in this space. Yeah, we're continuing to apply those layers of color. And then again, they're starting the next piece. They decided to move to the center bench, give them the space closest to the powder booth. But this is how the piece starts. So most of those layers of color, other than that powder, are from specifically making a color cup. So a cup of glass with colored layers on it. These pieces specifically have had 2 or 3 layers of color each. And then we create another bubble of glass and stuff it inside of that cup to pick up all of those layers close to the outside of the piece. And could we have a view of the left bench, please? So we're moving on using a different torch now. Much sharper, hotter flame, as I'm sure you all can tell, that bright blue color. This can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're using this small handheld torch, it looks like, to melt in that powder without really affecting the rest of the bowl. And this is running off of propane and oxygen, that oxygen creating that hotter, sharper flame. And just using a wooden paddle across the opening of the piece, making sure everything is straightened out right before popping the piece off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for the second piece of the day. So second piece done, this goes into the annealer. Again, this box will hold the glass warm throughout the day at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button when we're completely done, cools everything slowly all at once for about 12 hours, which will prevent thermal shock. And just like that, we've finished our second piece. And we're already halfway through the process for the third one. It's like an assembly line. They just start one over on one bench, pass it over to the center bench, finish it off. And again, I did want to make sure to give another introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on. So could we have Annette's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, there's a slideshow up on the screen now showing off some of our visiting artist artwork. And then, of course, we also have all of these physical examples down on the front tables. These were made throughout the residency which again started on Wednesday. And the idea for the pieces of this residency was specifically to embed metal filings eventually, which oxidize over time, and that rust will evolve, which will continue to transform the work beyond what was created in the studio. And you'll see that with some of the pieces on the pedestals. These ones were made before Annette's residency at the museum, so probably at her home studio. And we are seeing something a little bit different today. I just wanted to make sure to highlight those pieces since they're right in front of you guys. But we are seeing a couple of collaborative pieces made today. First, Annette is going to completely blow these pieces of glass in the hot shop, and then they'll be passed off to April, who is right behind me actually, walking over to the left. And she will etch, grind, cut into the surface of the glass to create physical and visual texture. And we have some example tiles down in the front which show off that various texturing. So the first couple of pieces we saw, they were low bowl shapes. The idea is that April can carve either the inside of the bowl or the outside of the bowl or both. And then we're also going to see some shapes that are very similar to what we already have on display as well. So we might see those shapes next. We'll see. So the process that we're seeing up on the screen is the very beginning of the process. Some artists are up in the front and they're picking up pieces of color bar and discussing if it's enough color for next steps. And then these, again, are the example tiles where they've carved into the surface. But I wanted to point out specifically those bars of colored glass, those long pieces. That is how we start our projects in the very beginning. We take sections of them, melt them down, and then we layer them on top of clear bubbles like you're seeing up on the screen. So we always start with that clear glass. And once that color is completely layered over top, we can start building up mass by gathering layers of clear. Yeah, no worries, because we usually start our projects on the side benches and then we move over to the center bench to actually blow it out and finish it off. Testing. Okay, no explosive volume. So again, that layer of color that we just applied, we gathered a layer of clear glass over top of it. And we're now sitting down and using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, just smoothing, evening this layer out so that the bubble blows out evenly. And I know a lot of you guys came in just after we got started, so I'll point out real quick, we have something like this cup right here that has at least 2 layers of color inside of the walls, sitting and staying warm inside of this silver box right here. And this bubble of glass that we're making at the center bench is going to be stuffed inside of this cup to pick it up and get those layers of color basically on the outside of everything. So that's the whole process that you're going to see pretty soon. We're just preparing that bubble, getting all the material we need before we do so. And this is our visiting artist working at the center bench right here. Her name is Annette Blair. And this is the last day of her residency, which means that we're going to have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. She'll be talking about herself as an artist and her artwork. So feel free to come back or just stick around to watch that. They only do that on the last day of the residency. So you guys came in on the perfect day. So we're just sitting, letting this glass cool down, and then we'll gather yet another layer of clear over top of it. Again, just getting enough mass for us to work with and blow out. So if you haven't seen it already, this is the glass furnace. I'll specifically point out it's holding a ceramic crucible in the bottom, filled with 2100 degree Fahrenheit molten glass, just clear glass, and up to 1,000 pounds of it, by the way. Just a massive amount of glass. And we do have 2 of these furnaces as well. We usually just use one at a time. So to fit inside of that cup properly, this glass is shaped into a little bit of a longer tapered shape using this pad, which is just folded up newspaper soaked with water, by the way. We brought out a heated ring, placed it on the floor right up in front of those blocks. So this is the best viewing area for this part. It's going to be pretty cool. We set that cup upright inside of that heated ring, and then we stuff that bubble inside, just like that. So it touches the bottom of the cup first, and then as Annette pushes down, that fills the cup up. And we now have all of those layers of color on right on the outside of our bubble. And you know what? Do we have the color overlay slide that I could show off real quick? So this is going to look a little bit different because, again, we have that color on the surface, but we also do have a layer of color kind of floating around the center. So I always think that this cross section is really interesting to show off. The glass isn't just flowing into itself or anything. It's more so like rings of a tree. We just apply layer after layer of that color. So you can imagine we have at least three layers of color layered like this within the walls. Thank you. Yeah, we start rolling it on the marber to both cool certain areas and also to smooth that connection out. And just to point out real quick, everything starts moving really quickly from this point. Now that we have all the glass we need, they just start blowing it out, turning it into our final shape. Which again, we've already seen 2 low bowls made, so I think that we might be moving on to a different shape, kind of like what we see on the front pedestals. Yeah, a lot of our equipment is running off of natural gas, so all the furnaces and holes along the wall, and then even some of the torches like this fluffy torch, natural gas. So this color is super interesting. You can see as they blow it out, that color's going to come out more and more. But yeah, we're just now starting to blow it out. We're using that pad of newspapers to continuously guide which way the bubble blows out. So if we apply pressure on the end, it'll blow more outward and create a lower squatter shape. Or, you know, if we go on the side, opposite will happen. And then using the jacks, these two metal blades, we squeeze in a divot or a line right off the end of the pipe. And this is where we break the piece off later on. So we have finished basically the lower half of the piece. That's when we attach our second pipe and break it off of its original pipe. So we've brought the ponte over, which is that second pipe, attached it to the very end of the bubble. And we'll let that connection set up before breaking the piece off. And the whole idea of this is to essentially flip the orientation of the piece so we can start working on that opposite end that is attached to the pipe. And to break a piece off, we have to create some sort of thermal shock. Sometimes this is just a little pressure with a metal tool. Sometimes they'll apply some water and actually crack that connection. and then with the tap of the pipe it pops off. So now we can start opening it up from that small opening we have and finishing off our low bowl shape. So we start using the jacks to open this up, those two metal blades. We were pushing a wooden paddle against the opening to smooth and round that out a little bit before we moved on too much. And eventually we'll be using another interesting tool that's kind of similar to those two metal blades, except we have wooden blades instead. I'll make sure to point those out. So next we start using the pachofis, which are those wooden blades that I mentioned not too long ago. And something important about those blades is that we can basically use the tips of them on the inside of the piece and kind of push from the base of the piece outward to create that low bowl shape. It's a shape that would be basically impossible to create without using that technique. Yeah, the wooden blades, much more gentle on the glass. They're not going to gouge or scrape, so we can actually use them in completely different ways. And once we get this open enough, the way that they finish opening these pieces up is using centrifugal force. It's really fun to watch They just spin the glass a little bit faster and it flares outward from that spinning force, essentially. So again, using just that heat and then that centrifugal force, this has been opened to its full size. And it's been a little while since I've shown off our visiting artist artwork, some of the previously made stuff. So I want to pop that slideshow up on the screen. Thank you. Up on the screen, that slideshow is going now for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. This is Annette Blair's work. She's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. I've been highlighting her quite a bit. And yeah, again, she's had a full week residency since Wednesday. This is the last day of the residency. And she'll have an artist talk in about an hour from now, where she'll talk about herself as an artist and her artwork. And then just to point out again, we are technically seeing some collaborative pieces right now. Annette is blowing these pieces out, and eventually they will be carved, etched into by another artist, April. She's on the floor today as well. And all of that is done with the glass cold, more so like room temperature. But in a cold shop, we have a ton of equipment that can grind and etch into the glass, as well as cutting and sandblasting the glass, polishing the glass, almost anything you can imagine. And could we have a view of the powder booth, please? So I know we've seemingly disappeared around the corner. We've gone to what we call the powder booth. We use this booth to avoid inhaling any powdered glass as we sift it onto the surface of the piece. And right now we're powdering the inside of the bowl. This is what we did for the last piece as well. This does create a texture on the surface of the glass as well, as long as it's not melted in all the way, like all of these pieces that were made over the last few days. And these, of course, as well. So If you're closer to over here, this is a really good example as well, that powder creating a texture and a color for the glass. And can we have a view of the left bench now? Thank you. So we are using this hot handheld torch, heat up the inside of the bowl, which is going to, of course, melt in that powder without altering the shape of the rest of the bowl too much anyways. Also, I just want to mention again, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. And this is the beginning of the next piece right here. So again, this is a color cup. It has at least 2 layers of color within it. And eventually, later on, we will create another bubble of glass and stuff it inside of that cup to pick it up. I know a lot of you guys saw that for this current piece. So right now, we'll set it aside in the garage, this large silver box. It'll be kept warm in there at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner that just keeps it at an even temperature. So at this point, it's looking like we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. We'll heat up that connection point where the piece is attached to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we apply some water, crack that connection, and pop the piece off. And Sarah's getting suited up in this sort of insulating material, as well as Kevlar gloves and an entire face shield. When we put this piece away, we have to lean into this 900-degree Fahrenheit box. That could singe off some hair, as you might imagine, so we stay protected. So again, we just apply that water, tap the pipe, and let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. So I think that was our third piece done. And this is the annealer. That box, again, sits about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to slowly cool everything inside of it all at once overnight. And that whole cycle is the annealing cycle. It just prevents thermal shock. And then we just immediately hop onto the next piece. But I do have a video I want to show you. Annette filmed and brought in a video of her going through the process of making some of these pieces on the pedestals, where she actually embeds metal filings into the sides of the piece, and that rusts and kind of changes over time, which changes the piece over time. It's just really interesting. So let's see that process video, please. So up in the front, we're seeing one more stuffed cup. This is the very beginning of the process where we get all of those layers of color that we need for the piece. So we already had our clear bubble. We stuffed it inside of that color cup, that rounded bottom. It looks like it may have tagged the side as they were going down, so we'll see if we get any air pockets, but they may have just been able to save it. It's really tricky making sure you go straight to the bottom of the cup, not touching anything else. So we're rolling on the marver, that metal table, for a couple of different reasons. Part of it, we want that cup to fully contour to the shape of the bubble. We want it smooth. And then we're also cooling certain sections of the glass by rolling it on the table. That table will pull heat out of the glass wherever it touches, leaving it thicker, and it'll blow out a little bit less in that area, and therefore controlling the thickness of the bubble throughout. And then we sit down and we could start to actually blow this piece out and turn it into its final form. So we start the jack line using the jacks, those two metal blades, so we carve into the glass right off the end of the pipe. We'll break that entire piece off from that line later on. So now we can continue to blow this out and shape it a little bit further. We always create that jack line first before we go too far. And again, we're using these wooden panels to shield Annette's arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. We're continuing to keep the newspapers on the very end of the bubble, which is creating a wider shape. So we're just letting it rest and stay kind of cool at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we will bring over another pipe and attach it to the end of the piece before breaking the entire piece off from this pipe it's on. So that same process, we're just transferring it to a different pipe, flipping the orientation, and then we'll be able to open this up into our low bowl. Also, if anyone's curious about the glass that we use a soda lime glass. So soda ash limestone silica sand is the main ingredient, as all glasses are. And this glass is a little bit of a lower melting point. It's very soft when you work with it. Kind of feel the texture of it with the tools. And after briefly cooling the pipe, this is brought over to attach to the bottom of our piece. So for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop, first of all. Hi. And I wanted to share who we have here, what we have going on. So we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Annette Blair, and she's the one who's working. She'll be sitting and working at the center bench. She's about 25 years of experience blowing glass, and she is inspired by connections to people and places. So with these pieces, they actually change over time because there are metals embedded into the surface of the glass, and that rust will evolve over time, and the piece will change over time because of that. So that's kind of the idea of a lot of the pieces we've seen during the residency. Today we're seeing something a little bit different. These are collaborative pieces. So Annette is blowing the glass, and then another artist that we have here today, April, she's going to be carving into the surface of the glass and creating different physical and visual textures across the surface. So we're creating a low bowl shape. This is our fourth low bowl that we've created. Right now we're in the process of just opening this bowl up. So Annette uses the jacks first, which are those two metal blades, and slowly widens that opening. Also, just to share again real quick, our visiting artist is going to be having an artist talk at about 1 p.m. So she'll be talking about her work and then herself as an artist, of course. And this is something we do on the last day of our residency. So this is the one and only time during this residency you'll hear her talk about all that. So we moved on to using two different blades now. We're using wooden blades called the pachofis. And we can actually use the tips of these blades to widen the base of the piece, actually push on the inside with the tips of the blades, unlike the metal ones, which could gouge or scrape as it slides along. So the pachofis, they are kept constantly saturated in water. We have these buckets behind the benches that we use for all of our wooden tools to prevent it from burning when we use it on the glass. One of the only tools we just use without quenching in water, one of the only, are these wooden paddles. You can see us using them to shield Annette's arm from that radiant heat. This glass in the hot shop is always 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, up to about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, it's completely molten to the texture of honey. And to flare it open the rest of the way, this is usually heated up and then just spun a little bit faster, which creates centrifugal force, our pulling force from spinning. So we've flared this open. A lot of the pieces that we've made before this one, we've been sprinkling some powdered glass onto as well, so we'll see if they do that with this one. And if you're curious, over on the left bench, we're starting the next piece already. So it's almost assembly line style. We start it over on the left, and then we bring it to the center bench and finish it off, and that cycle just repeats. And yes, we did just spray some water into the glass furnace. If you're curious about that, again, the glass furnace is the tank with the closed door. That's where we gather all of our new clear glass for the piece. And we apply water to break any air bubbles. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl. Thank you, everyone. So that was, I think, our fourth bowl of the day that we just finished and put inside of the annealer. This box holds it at a steady temperature, about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button later on, it cools everything all at once very slowly. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. Yeah, I can't believe how quick they're moving. That one only took not even 30 minutes for them to fully blow out and finish off. And since we've had so many new people join in, I'm going to show off Annette's previously made artwork again. So let's have her slideshow up on the screen. Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going, showing off our visiting artist artwork. And I think there's a couple of pieces of April's artwork in there as well, which we wanted to show off because, again, they are going to be collaborating for a lot of the pieces we saw today. So Annette's going to be blowing the glass, and then April will be carving and grieving into the surface of the glass to where you could see those other layers of color underneath. That's why we have so many layers of colors for these pieces. Thank you. So we are working over on the left bench, again, starting at the next piece. So we just gathered another layer of clear glass over top of our color. So we should have at least 2 layers of clear now. You can see the color almost hovering within this ball of clear. It's interesting. So if you were to look at the cross section of this piece of glass, it's mostly clear glass, just a thin layer of color sandwiched between those layers of clear. And I have been describing this a lot to people today, but it's almost tree ring like the way you look at the cross section of the glass. It's just layer upon layer. Yeah, it's looking like for this piece in particular, we're just going to be sticking with the color that we have. I know some of you were around for the last few pieces where we used a stuff cup to get layers of color on the very outside. But this one we have that layer of color buried underneath the layers of clear. So the entire process starts with the glass furnace, which we have 2 of them in our hot shop, the tanks with the closed doors. Inside of there, we have a crucible filled with molten clear glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's a lot like the texture of honey. So all we have to do is we heat up the end of our pipe, we just stick it into the glass, and then when we turn the pipe, it gathers up a ball on the end. And so we just start with really this much clear glass on the end of our pipe, and then we just build layer upon layer. And as for the colors, we use something called color bar for a lot of these pieces. We've been using color bar. Solid pieces of colored glass through and through. And this is different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass before being melted down and rolled into those bars. And we just get it shipped in. We don't actually make the color ourselves. So that color is layered within the wall of the piece. So we started the jack line. This divot off the end of the pipe will break the piece off from later on. And we've really started to blow this up. So Annette is keeping the jacks, those two metal blades on the side of the piece, just keeping those blades parallel to each other, and that is straightening out the wall of the piece or the side of the piece. So when we're making any sort of cylindrical shape, we want to really keep the tool on the side and sometimes even the bottom of the piece, keep those walls completely straight. And you'll see in a moment why it's important to have at least 3 assistants. When we flatten the bottom of a piece, we have someone applying pressure to the bottom, then we have someone sitting at the bench applying pressure to the side, and then we have a third person on the end, which is capping or keeping air pressure inside the piece. And sadly, I don't think we can get a view of this right now, but we're at the powder booth, which is around the corner. And the powder booth is where we apply our powdered colored glass. So when we come back out, you'll see pretty soon that we're getting this almost textured and colored glass, like a lot of the pieces on the front tables. These are really good examples. If you leave that glass alone, you don't melt it in too much, then you end up with a raised, almost sandy texture on the surface of the glass. So we're going to be working more so on the left bench now, just because it's closer to the powder booth. We'll usually want to apply multiple layers of this powder. And just a reminder, in a moment here, we'll be having our artist talk. So whenever we finish this piece, Annette's going to be talking about herself as an artist and her artwork. Oh, could we have a, yes, perfect. We just got a little glimpse of the powder booth. I don't know if I already mentioned this, but the reason we use it is so that we don't inhale any of that powdered glass. It's a well-ventilated booth. And we reheat the glass to make sure that powder sticks. As long as we don't heat it up too much, we'll keep that texture. And I haven't mentioned this bright handheld flame that we are using, this torch, is the hottest item in the hot shop. It could get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And just a little reminder, the molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of even the molten glass. We're using it to melt in some of that powdered glass without affecting the entire shape and heating up the entire thing. Yeah, could we see the powder booth, please? I know we're switching around a lot, but oh boy. And now we're coming back to the center bench. This means that we probably have all the powdered glass we need. We still have yet to remove the piece from its original pipe. We always have to do that at some point so we can work on the other side of the piece. So maybe we'll see that pretty soon here. We're lightly flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. People are always surprised by the amount of wooden tools that we use in the hot shop, but it's a very insulating material. Yeah, I get a lot of questions about the differences between the heating chambers that we're using. So those holes, we have two of them running right now to reheat the glass. And they do run about the same temperature. The one at the center bench is technically a little bit bigger, but we oftentimes will have multiple running at the same time just so we could work at multiple stations at the same time. And in this case, we were using the left one just so that we could be close to the powder booth and didn't have to run across the hot shop. And then we're back to the center bench to finish the piece off. So we've been keeping the piece warm. And now that we're ready, we bring over another pipe. This just has some clear glass on the end as an attachment point. We attach it right to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break that piece off from its original pipe by thermally shocking that connection. Sometimes this is just as simple as applying a little bit of pressure. Sometimes we will add a little bit of water, like you can see Annette doing here, before tapping the pipe and popping the piece off. Just one quick move and we have broken the piece off of the pipe. So we'll do this again at the very end when it comes to this pipe as well, but now we can focus on opening this up and finishing off the shape. So with this piece that we're creating, it looks like we're going to be trimming the lip or the opening of the piece off. This is done with a lot of blown pieces. That area where it was connected to the previous pipe tends to be very thick, and that break isn't always perfectly even. So we stretch that section of the glass out, which is what you were just seeing, using the tweezers, pinching and pulling. And then we'll cut all of that glass away with some shears, kind of like glass scissors. And welcome to those just joining in the hot shop. We are finishing off this piece at the center bench. And then pretty soon here, our visiting artist, who is actually working on this piece, Annette, she's going to have an artist talk. So you guys are coming in at a good time. So after trimming off some excess glass, we are now opening this up from the inside using the jacks. And again, welcome to those who just joined in. We have visiting artist Annette Blair, who's sitting and working at the center bench. And everyone else around her is supporting her in creating this work. We are seeing a variety of assistants. We have our resident hotshop team who works here full time at the museum. But we also have a couple of artists who joined Annette specifically. They could bring in any assistance they like. And today, these pieces are a little bit different. We're going to see these as collaborative pieces. So Annette is blowing the glass, shaping it in the hot shop. We'll let it cool down. And then another artist, April, she's on the floor today as well, is going to carve into this glass, essentially. And that will reveal layers of color underneath and just create physical and visual texture on the surface of the piece. We have some example tiles or practice tiles. But yeah, first things first is blowing the glass and finishing it off. So the way that the artists determine how hot a piece of glass is or whether it's workable or how workable it is mostly by watching the movement of the glass. So when they stick it inside of that hole and heat it up, they're watching to see how much it's falling as they turn. They turn faster to keep it on center as it starts to move around a little bit more, and that tells them how malleable the glass is. Because it can depend based off of the thickness of the glass, how long you heat it up. So you can't just say, heat it for 7 seconds. If it's something super thin, it's going to be way too long. If it's something super thick, you're going to have to hang out in there for a good 30 seconds or so. Yeah, it really depends. Yeah, you can also determine sometimes based off of color. I don't think this is a great determiner because the color of the glass is different from piece to piece. So a piece might actually turn out to be orange and you think that it has an orange glow to it, but it's just the orange of the glass. So it looks like we went to the powder booth at least one more time. We're just lightly heating up this glass enough for it to stick. And this is the view of the powder booth on the screen. Again, we use this well-ventilated booth so we don't inhale any of that powdered colored glass when we're using it. And all of these pieces on the front tables used powdered colored glass for that texture across the surface of the piece. So at this point, it looks like we are getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So you can see Trent is getting suited up in a lot of protective clothing, including a face shield and these Kevlar gloves eventually. We pick up the piece off the end of the pipe and then carry it over to that large black box over on the right wall. That is one of our annealers. And the idea is the annealer just slowly cools that glass down, which prevents thermal shock. If we were to set this piece of glass out just on the floor when we finish it, it would cool down really quickly, but it would break from that thermal shock, start cracking in a matter of seconds to minutes. So to break the piece off, again, we're going in with some water and then a tap of the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And safely into the annealer it goes. So we'll see that piece again tomorrow once it cools down.
Hi, everybody. We're going to let Annette get a quick glass of water. Does anybody have any questions before we have our artist lecture? You're not crazy. It is hot in here. My name is Katie. I'm our curator here at the museum, and I'd love to tell you. So I had a great question from our friends from Florida over there about who exactly is working on the hot shop floor. As a museum, we employ a team of 3 professional glassblowers. They have a shirt like mine, and they work here every day we're open, Wednesday through Sunday. And while the team is working, we invite a visiting artist to come work with the team. It's a residency where they get to use all the glass that we have, the skill of our team, to make anything they want for 5 days. So it becomes this opportunity to work with the team, like with Gabe and Sarah and Trent, who are here today, who have a lot of experience, who can help artists step outside, what they need to do to make money, what they need to do to get ready for a gallery show, and truly experiment and try new ideas. We're thrilled to have Annette here today as part of a partnership that we have with Pilchuck Glass School. With a show of hands, how many of you are from the Pacific Northwest? Okay, great. Leave your hands up. For those of you that are from here, did you know that you live in one of the glassblowing centers in the world? Okay, cool. You do. and part of that is because of Dale Chihuly, who you guys might know if you want to see some of his work. It's in the gallery. He founded a glassblowing school called Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of Seattle in a town called Stanwood. And Pilchuck, since 1972, has been inviting artists like Annette to come teach from around the world. And we're thrilled to have you here. Are you ready for an introduction? Okay, great. I'm here with Annette Blair, who came all the way to us from Canberra, Australia, last week. She works with a glass practice that has spanned 25 years, and she's known for her refined technical skill and thoughtfully crafted glass objects that explore materiality, memory, and passing time. She completed an honors degree at the Australian National University School of Art, and then completed the Hot Glass Associate Program at the Jam Factory, 2 of the glassblowing centers of Australia. After completing her work at Jamberry, she moved to Canberra, where her artistic practice is centered today. She has been recognized through numerous awards and prizes, including being a finalist in the Ranama Glass Prize, a Fuse Glass Prize, a Tom Malone Prize, a National Still Life Prize, and a Wallara Small Sculpture Prize. Most recently, in 2022, Annette won the Vicky Tour International Year of Glass Prize, which was a big push that the UN had to recognize glass around the world. I'm thrilled to have her here. She's going to talk a little bit about what she's been working on this week and what she does when she's not here at the museum. But Annette, you're a trooper for working in this hot heat. And without further ado, pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Katie. I'll go ahead and start this slideshow. So, like Katie said, the Pilchuck Glass School, which is just north of Seattle, has brought me here. But it's been an amazing honor for Katie and the team here at the MOG to have invited me to come and spend a week here working on my own practice beforehand, and the timing really worked out really well. So I'm super happy to be here working with the team. As well as thanking MOG, I'd just like to acknowledge some support I got from back home from Arts ACT and Regional Arts New South Wales, who are supporting some freight costs for this project. And Olympic Colour Rods, more locally, are a colour supplier to glass artists in this area, and they've supported this project as well, so thank you. This is a picture from Pilchuck, which is somewhere that I've been. I tried to work it out the other night, but it's about 16 times now, so I've made the trip over here, and it's a very special place to me. The class that I'm teaching next week is co-taught with my friend Jen Ellick in those photos there. She's a local to this area and is quite often here working at the MOG. We're teaching a class on designing tableware and cooking together as a group, which is a really fun kind of community spirited class. We'll go foraging, blow glass, and cook and eat together. And in a couple of weeks' time, there should be a final feast that looks something like this. This was from the last time we taught the class 10 years ago. So back home, I'm super lucky to live out in the countryside on the lands of the Ngunnawal, Ngambri and Ngarigo people. It looks a little colder than this at the moment. We're in the middle of winter over there. But it's a beautiful place to live, and I'm grateful for my family that I've left there holding down the fort while I come and pursue this opportunity. Oops, back one. I studied at the Canberra School of Art in the early 2000s. It is one of the best glass schools in the world, has a great reputation, and with a variety of instructors and graduate students and visiting artists, we sort of get access to a vast array of skills and talents and specialties. So these are some of the teaching staff that were around when I went through. And it gives you a really good solid foundation in working with lots of aspects of working with glass. I was immediately drawn to blown glass though, and I spent most of my university degree trying to develop technical skills in glass blowing while also incorporating some artistic practice as well, bringing in my interest in painting and drawing. So I've made these pieces that sort of sit on the wall, and the portrait image of my grandfather is across the whole spread of them. At this time I was fairly new to glass, 3 years into my degree, and was using oil paints on a sandblasted surface to get the imagery. After graduating, after 4 years at university, I still wanted more skill, and there wasn't a lot in Canberra at the time. So I moved to Adelaide, where the Jam Factory traineeship is. Katie mentioned you train really full on for 2 years, doing a variety of projects such as solid fish for the local fishmonger, as well as designing and making your own product ranges. This was one that I developed at the time. You work all day, every day, and it's just purely to build up different skills in working with hot glass. They have visiting artists come as well, so I was really lucky during my time there to have Lino Tagliapietra, whose work is up here behind, underneath the screen. He came with his team, Dave Walters, and others who are amazing and all specialists in their field. So having exposure to generous mentors like that when you're learning to blow glass is amazing. At the time, while I was focused on developing skills, I also continued to sort of push my artistic practice. In 2007 was around the time I came out to Pilchuck as a student and took local legend Dick Weiss's class, and Susan Stinsmule and Armand, who it was a good introduction to working with enamel paints, which is a fired glass paint on the surface of the glass, so it sort of adheres more permanently than the oil paints I was using at the time. So I was exploring ways of combining those with my work, as well as using things like enamel pencils just to get different looks. I was really just playing around with lots of ways of using these paints. So these are sort of more drawn onto the surface, like Conti crayons. At this time I was also interested in pushing the actual vessels a little bit more, moving away from historical Venetian kind of style handled vessels, giving them a little bit more meaning for what I was trying to convey with the painting, which is exploring very personal narratives. So thinking about objects that meant something to me, and doing a lot of portraiture at the time, I wanted to use objects that meant more about the person I was trying to capture as well. So the stacked teacups. and playing around with found glass as well. So these were preserving jars that actually did belong to my grandparents. So I used those to explore their likenesses with the portraiture. So just after the year after I finished at the Jam Factory, the Canberra Glassworks opened, which is an amazing facility similar to this one that we're in right now. It's been built into a historical landmark in Canberra, which is the old power station, and a group of artists fought for a very long time for it to become home to the Canberra Glassworks, and in 2007 it did so. That's where I work today. A lot of my career has been assisting other artists, which has been hugely beneficial to developing skills to pursue anything that I want to do in my own work. So there's me assisting Tom Rowney for Klaus Moyer, and up at Pilchuck Glass working with Australian artist Tom Moore. All very different sets of skills, which really has influenced the way I work with glass in a lot of ways. So there's some more assisting as well, working with Lino when he came for his last working trip in 2012 to Canberra, and Claire Belfrage, who many people might know here and is in the collection of the Museum of Glass. So today I spend most of my time gaffing for other artists, which Katie talked a little bit about. The team here spends a lot of time doing. That's basically when artists come in and need you to fabricate something that's outside of their skill set. So I work for a lot of glass artists, sort of making blanks for them, which then they do a lot of labour and work to afterwards. So I'll just show you a few examples of that. This is Holly Grace. So I'll make the blanks, and then she does a lot of gilding and cold working and imagery on the outside of these forms. Mel Douglas, I also make a lot of work for, and the same goes for Mel. I make the blanks with a lot of the lines in the colour, and then she very heavily cold works and engraves the beautiful details onto the surface. I love about my job that it's so varied, and it's working on different things all the time, and it's always a chance to add more skills to my repertoire. Local artist Jenny Kamari Martinello. She does the layouts of all the pattern work, and I make these forms inspired by indigenous baskets. Jeffrey Sarmiento, who is the current head of the ANU Glass Workshop. He'll fuse powdered glasses together in a print technique, and sort of we'll pick up these wafers of imagery on the outside of vessels, and then I've made these rice bags for him. I also work for some local sculptors in Australia, so they work in a variety of media and just get me to create glass elements when they need them. One of my really nice full circle moments was working for Patricia Piccinini, who's one of Australia's sort of biggest artist exports, I guess. When I was in Venice for the one and only time that I went to Venice in 2003, she was the artist represented by Australia at the Venice Biennale. And about 16 years later, I was asked if I could make some glass with her, and of course jumped at the chance. And she did this major exhibition in some abandoned ballrooms above Flinders Street Station in Melbourne, where she took over all these large rooms with a variety of really unique sculptures, and I was so happy to be part of it. As well as gaffing, I occasionally make product, less so these days, but I trained as a glassblower through production, so it's sort of hard to shake a little bit. But I do like making tableware and homewares. These are just a few examples, and some lighting. So after I moved back to Canberra, when the Glassworks opened, I continued to explore the idea of portraiture and enamel painting by making these sort of domestic objects and painting them. This piece is painted on the inside and outside of teacups and saucers, exploring the use of transparency and seeing through imagery to sort of build a little bit more of that narrative. I really liked these pieces. The objects inside were just matte black, and as you walked around the dome, that white imagery sort of disappeared and then came into focus and worked really beautifully. And yeah, exploring different domestic forms, a lot from the sort of the kitchen and outside in the shed, both sort of areas where I spent a lot of my childhood, especially around my grandparents' house, and more explorations into that layering of imagery, transparency of glass. This is when I started to explore some more sculptural elements in my work. Working for people like Tom Moore really sort of had me thinking outside the box a little bit more, away from the vessel. These were early experiments into that. And combining found objects like the cord of this old phone as well. I was working a lot with high temperature enamels at this time as well, and exploring how I could bring more into these domestic objects by just exploring textures of the home with enamel paints and different cold working processes. So these nested bowls that I made, each layer sort of references a different texture that you might find or a view, like the sunset, and there's the drapes and balls of yarn. So just combining those elements to sort of build a little bit of a story. Same one with this one, exploring sort of native grasses and build up of paint as well as marble. This was for a show in Canberra called Somewhere Familiar. So it was trying to spark some nostalgic connections for the audience as well, while at the same time drawing from my own experience. And these balls of yarn were sort of exploring the same things. I really like the still life collection of objects, and you'll see that I've worked with that pretty consistently for a while now. This was a 7-stacked bowl, and I've only just recently realised at the time it was sort of referencing the balancing act of motherhood as well, which I was quite new to at that time. The second bowl from the bottom is referencing notepaper with kids' sort of crayon scribbles all over it that I copied from what the kids were doing at the time. In 2019, 2020 summer in Australia, we had really awful bushfires near where I live, and it was sort of a really hard time for me as an artist and a mum. So we live in the countryside, and we had to evacuate a few times, and quite often we'd have black eucalyptus leaves falling down around the house. And a 6-month-old at the time who couldn't get rid of his cough and spending all this time inside. So it was a really difficult time, and I was feeling pretty uninspired to make work with so much bigger things going on. So this piece was when I was starting to come out of that a little bit, about hope and, yeah, the fresh new growth sprouting from all of the burnt leaves. So these were hand carved and out of colour, black colour. So after I got out of that bit of a funk, I had a solo show at the Canberra Glassworks, which is, as you know, a historical powerhouse. So I wanted to use the elements of the gallery space that still had that history, and I built this shelving in the middle of the room, which sort of referenced the old shelves in my grandfather's shed, and I just made all these sepia-toned domestic objects and just tried to pack the shelves pretty tight with them. This whole show was sort of little still life groups. That's a detail of some of the objects that were in the middle of the room. It was a good exploration in hot sculpting and cold working, and yeah, there's lots of different processes throughout this work. As well as continuing to explore what I can do with enamels. So these buckets here and the leaves are made with coloured glass, but also enameled and rusted on the outside. Just really referencing that sort of wear and tear and the history of the function of the objects. This is just a little quote that I found that I really like, that sort of sums up what I love about still lives. And I'm always looking at contemporary and historical still life paintings as well for inspiration. This piece in particular, the lemons, it's hard to see up there, but the lemons are painted with enamels, so they look like a painting of a still life with lemons. Still life with poppies. These were really fun to make, and they weren't supposed to be sort of precise botanical replicas, but just give that idea of a bunch of poppies and how they fall and lose their petals over the days. I'm still continuing to work in this still life sort of genre, especially when invited to still life shows. But my practice has sort of got a few different facets. So at the same time as doing these very recognizable sort of soup can shapes and paint cans, I've been trying to sort of pare back the vessels a little bit, making them a little bit more abstracted while still referencing that the paint can or dinted tin or something like that. So these are more about abstract painting and building up interesting layers of paint and rust on these ones. So the rusting I'll show you in a minute is where I angle grind metal filings onto the surface of the glass, which I saw some American artists doing a few years ago, and reached out to Katie Hancock, who's local to this area as well, who generously shared all of the technical process with me. And I just really love it as a way of sort of getting that element of decay on the surface of the vessels, as well as it's a really interesting way to paint with sort of sparks that I just love. So this is another one. This one's actually going to be in the Pilchuck auction this year, if anybody wanted to see it in person. What I was realizing at the time, though, is these were opaque and they were getting quite ceramic looking, which I don't mind, but it sort of made me question what it is that I love about glass, and I wasn't quite getting it with these pieces. So I started bringing a little bit more transparency back in while still playing with the painted surfaces. Just got a little video that I'll talk over the top of, which shows the process I was just talking about for these pieces. So many of you have seen glass blowing before, but this is just where it always starts for me. That's the inside of the Canberra Glassworks, so you can see that it's open to the public, and we don't have a hot shop team like the Museum of Glass has here, but we have lots of independent artists who hire the facility, or the Canberra Glassworks hires us as a team to create a commission, or it's a really nice way of working, and there's lots of skilled artists like Rob there who are assisting me, but also developing their own work for shows at the same time. So this first little bit just shows the process of the glass blowing, which you would have seen a little bit of here today. I really like working with the fluidity of the material, which is also another reason I often put dints and things in some of these forms, because it really sort of shows that the glass was malleable at one point, and that's one of my favorite things about working with it. This video was put together by my very talented husband, who is my photographer as well. It was to coincide with my exhibition I just had in Australia, just to show the process of the work that was involved. So once they're finished in the hot shop, they get taken into the cold shop, where I grind a lot of the surface back to reveal that inside transparent colour. And you can see here working up the enamel paints to paint them onto the surface. So once all the grinding is done to get the texture and the form right, then I start building up layers of this enamel paint, which I mentioned earlier is ground up glass mixed with some different things that you can paint onto the surface and then fire in the kiln to get it to adhere. And I'll quite often do 3 to 4 to 5 layers of paint just to really build up that surface. And this was the final step I was talking about, which is a bit strange after spending 30 hours or so working on a piece to just sit it in the metal shop and grind next to it. But the metal sparks stick to the surface, and then they oxidize over time, but I can speed it up a little bit too with vinegar and things. So this is what the resulting pieces came out as. The piece on the left is the one I was cold working, grinding the bottom of in the video. But the show was called Weathered, and it was all about these sort of ambiguous forms that reference domestic forms, but not quite. And the surfaces on top of them, like they'd been left out in the rain for a while. I still like the element of the still life where the objects are sort of connected to each other, but there was also these standalone pieces in that show. So I was looking really closely at some of the surfaces I was getting on the glass, and that sort of inspired me to explore making some wall pieces as well for this show. So the wall pieces I made were actually made in the hot shop as a cylinder with multiple colours, and you cut the bottom off the cylinder, cut the cylinder down the side and open it out into a sheet, which is how they still sometimes make windows. And then I can cold work and paint it more as a panel form rather than a vessel. This is something that I'm excited to continue doing when I get back to Australia. So these are some of the sort of textures and things that inspire me, the build-up of paint and scratching through paint. And I thought this is a good time to introduce what I've been doing this week. So I wanted to bring a little bit more texture in underneath the painted surfaces. So I've been exploring the use of glass powders to sort of build up that crustiness in order to paint over that, as well as introducing some new forms. So those pieces will all get heavily cold worked and painted as well. But I'm really excited about the direction that's all going. If you've been watching today, the last day of my residency has been put aside to work with my friend April Sergeant, who I studied with at the Canberra School of Art. She's a local to this area, but works in a very different way to me. She works with fused together sheet glass that she then carves these really amazing images out of the surface. It's called Cameo Engraving, and she's very highly regarded for the process. We've always talked about collaborating together, but with the distance and the expense of sending work back and forth, it's always sort of been a little bit tricky. So this was a really good opportunity to sort of start that off and do some testing and see where it goes. So this is some of her work. She's mostly working on flat wall panels, so it's going to be exciting to see what she does with blown vessels as well. Just finally, I just wanted to mention the project that I worked on last year. This was a commission I did for the Australian War Memorial in Canberra. They had a new entry made for the last 5 years or so. They've been working on it, and there's 2 spiral staircases, massive spiral staircases, and they approached the Canberra Glassworks to see if there was something that a local glass artist could do for that space. And the Glassworks very kindly thought of me, and I had a very short turnaround to try to respond to the design brief. And with about 5 days before the initial meeting, they said, actually, you can just come up with a whole other idea as well if you want. So I whipped up a new idea with the concept of the rising sun and the setting sun to line up with the eastern and western stairwells. So this sort of happened all in August last year, and it was installed in January, so a very short time frame. This is the sunset, but there's about 2,000 falling eucalyptus leaves in each stairwell, which I made with the team at the Canberra Glassworks. And the colours fade from gold up to purple in this one and deep blue in the other. But a pretty major project, and it was nice to be able to tie it back to my own work by coming up with that second concept. Thank you again for coming today. Thank you, Katie.
Does anybody have any questions?
So, no challenges. So, like I said, my goal was sort of picking up where my show left off, and the next work that I wanted to make. So, bringing more texture in was the main challenge, and I sort of had a few ideas of how I might approach that, but I really wanted to draw from the team's experience, which is different to my experiences. They work with so many different artists week in, week out. So we tried a few things on Wednesday, which was the first day, and at lunchtime I was really not sure how the week was going to go. It's like, this is awful. Not the team, they're not awful. There's some experiments I made on that first morning underneath the trolley that weren't where I wanted to go. But by the end of the afternoon, we were starting to get somewhere with the powder build-up, and then that gave me the sort of confidence to move forward with some new forms as well, and I'm excited to get them home to start painting on them.
All right, can we give Annette a round of applause? Thank you all very much for coming, and thank you, Annette. Okay, so the team is going to take a break for probably another half an hour, eat some lunch, drink some water. So please encourage you to check out the galleries. Our exhibition, Nancy Callan Forces at Play, is closing in a week, so it's a good thing you're here to see it before it goes. But thank you all very much for being here, and let me know if you have any questions.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Hope you've enjoyed the rest of the museum so far. I just wanted to introduce what we have going on for the second half of the day. So we have our visiting artist here today, Annette Blair, and she's up in the front. She's just cutting up some color on the ground. It's that loud noise you were hearing. And when I say color, I mean these giant bars of solid colored glass. This is layered within the walls of the piece to give us an overall color. So just to give some examples, all of these pieces, such as like this pink, it's just solidly within the walls of the glass, that ambery yellow color, solidly within the walls of the glass. And we are going to be working with that yellow amber color next, actually. We're calling it whiskey. Now, these pieces are really interesting. If you didn't already know, this is the last day of Annette's residency. It was a full residency starting on Wednesday. And so far, she's been working on all these pieces you see up in the front on these tables. But today, we're seeing just a little bit of something different. We are working on some collaborative pieces. So Annette is blowing pieces of glass out. They have layers of color inside of them, multiple layers, like 3 or 4. And then on a later date, another artist, April, she's talking to Annette in the front here now, is going to be carving away at the surface of the glass, and that is going to reveal those other layers of color. It'll create physical texture and depth in the piece. And they even have some test tiles up in the front here, which are pretty cool. You can kind of see the texture of some of the carving. And anyone's welcome to take a closer look at any of these pieces by coming down into the front. And I should give a little overview of the hot shop as well. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. But hopefully this will answer some. Oh, and before I continue, I have closed captioning on the screen. I always want to point that out. It gets really echoey in here, and it can be hard to understand me. But anyways, I was going to point out this large tank in the back with the closed door, and that is our glass furnace. So this is where we're starting all of our projects, where we get all of our material. Inside of there, we have a giant ceramic crucible filled with clear molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the texture of this glass is a lot like honey. So you'll see Gabe up on the screen or over on the left gather a little bit of that clear glass on the end of his pipe. Eventually. And then we have these open face furnaces at each bench. These are running a little bit warmer, and they're used to reheat the glass only. So there's nothing physically inside of them, just natural gas constantly being burned. So there, this is how we start all of our projects, just a single gather of clear on the end of the pipe. And to create the bubble, we blow into the end of the pipe, cap it with our thumb, and that air is continuously pressurized, pops out into the glass to create our bubble. And just to point out, on the screen, Trent has a piece of color bar on the end of his pipe, which, again, I'll show this off for anyone that hasn't seen it, is a piece that starts off as this long bar of color. We'll melt it down completely before dropping it on top of that clear bubble, quite literally, and then spreading that color to cover up the clear. Yeah, a lot of these people have so much experience working with glass. Everyone on the floor should have, most of them should have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. Annette, our visiting artist, she has 25 years of experience blowing glass. And she even has a studio of her own, apparently. Now, oftentimes, a lot of artists will come to the Museum of Glass or some sort of large public studio to make larger scale artwork. This is a really large hot shop. And up on the screen, you're going to see the color drop or color overlay process. So this will be heated up a little bit further, and that color will be pushed and rolled back until it covers up the clear. And is anyone curious about colored glass? Where does it come from? I want to point out that the different colors come from different metal oxides, minerals mixed into the clear glass mixture in the very beginning. Kind of this big barrel, they shake the sand and all the minerals together, then melt it out into bars and ship it out. So an example that I love to give is, a lot of people know the Statue of Liberty. It's made out of copper, but it's this green-blue color, and that's because the copper has oxidized. It's reacted with oxygen in the air to change color. So it's a copper oxide. If we were to mix that into glass, we would get a blue-green glass. Simple as that. So as you've been seeing, to build up mass for a piece, we just let that previous layer cool down, and then we gather layer upon layer. And I wanted to show something off specifically so you can kind of understand what this would look like. But could we see the color overlay with that cross-section view? Thank you. So up on the screen now, there is an interesting image showing what the color overlay kind of does within the walls of the piece. If you were to look at this disc from the side, you would only see that yellow color, even though there's that thick layer of clear on top. Just the way the light kind of bends around the object and reflects into your eyes. But yeah, it's just a really thin layer of color, mostly clear glass. And if you look at the cross-section of a piece, you usually see almost those tree-like rings of different layers of color and clear. It's really interesting. Thank you. So I was getting some good questions about tools, for example, so I just wanted to share a couple of things. about the tools. We have a variety of tools. Most of them are stainless steel, but we have this pad here, which is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And we also have wooden paddles, which you see us using now. And then those spoon-shaped tools we were using not too long ago, those are made out of wood as well. So we use a variety. A lot of it is kept saturated in water so that it doesn't burn away as much when we use it on the glass, to the point that that wooden spoon-shaped tool, for example, it's creating a layer of steam in between the glass and the wood, so neither are really touching. So now we're about to start using the jacks. So our first metal tool right here. We're squeezing down off the end of the pipe, and this is creating a breaking point. So later on, we'll take the entire piece off from that line. And now we continue to blow this out and turn it into its final shape. And remember, this does have a color within the walls of the glass. Right now, the entire thing is just going to glow orange from how hot the glass is. It's radiating light as well as heat like lava, but it will cool down to its true color. So we've used a couple of different tools to flatten the bottom. And another thing that we're going to be focusing on is keeping the jacks, again, those two metal blades on the side of the piece. We want to straighten out the walls of the vessel a little bit. And let me see if I can find a good comparison. So it's a little bit hard for you guys to see, but I think that the shape is going to end up a little bit like some of these in the front, but it's going to have a completely open top, almost like a can, for example. So more cylindrical. And again, the goal of these is we want to blow them out, finish them off, put them away, but then on a later date, another artist on the floor, April, she's actually going into the back with one of the pieces now, is going to be carving away at the surface of the glass to create patterns. And that's what we were showing off in the front here not too long ago to some folks in the audience, are some of those patterned tiles where, again, April etched away at the surface of the glass. These were just tests, I think, more so than anything else, but imagine that done to the entire piece. Yeah, so something we saw a lot earlier today was the use of powdered colored glass. And that's something that is usually applied closer to the end of the process, which will create this texture across the surface of the piece. So if you take a look at any of these pieces down on the front tables, you'll see that they almost look matte, whether it's half of the piece or the whole thing, and that is a powdered colored glass that's applied to the surface and just heated up enough that it sticks, but not so much that it melts smooth. And we have an entire section that we kind of use. Are we at the powder booth right now? Could we check in? Could we have a view? Yeah, there we go. So we are in the powder booth right now, just as I bring it up. This is a well-ventilated booth to avoid the artist inhaling any of that powdered glass as they're working with it. And this is sifted onto the surface of the glass. They brush away any sections they don't want covered, and then they heat this up lightly just to make sure it sticks. And this is usually done many times over, maybe about 4 times, to make sure you can't really see through that color or it has a correct consistency across the surface. And they're packing up all of the pieces in the front. So these are your last glimpses. We actually shut pretty much everything down in the hot shop except for the glass furnaces. Those are the tanks with the closed door specifically. And those we keep running just to make sure that the glass inside is the same temperature and consistency all throughout, since we want to work with it molten completely at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. But yeah, everything else we shut off. The annealers, those large black boxes, that's where we put our pieces away when we're done. And those we turn off, but they're programmed to very slowly cool down. So we're using a couple of different torches that you can see on the screen or over on the left bench. The larger flame we call a fluffy flame, runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves. But the smaller handheld torch, you could tell this is much hotter by that bright blue flame, gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're using it to superheat small sections of glass at a time. It's really helpful for sculpting, or for example, if we're like carving a face, we don't want to melt away any details that we've already worked on, so we just heat up one little bit at a time. Also, based off of the drawing of this piece that we're working on now, it's looking like we're going to have a handle attached to the lower portion of the piece, on the side of the piece. So we are preparing a bit of colored glass that we'll eventually bring over and attach. Yeah, exactly. The cone that we're inside of it has a fan at the top that pulls some hot air out, and then we have ventilation down here. If I stand close enough, you can see my hair blowing around, which feels really good. It's just from outside, though. It's not like air conditioning, right? But the cone has a little bit of an interesting backstory to it. So this area used to be used for a lot of logging purposes. They would send logs down the water, and they would have all these wood burners along the water that were shaped just like this cone to burn leftover wood scraps. And eventually, I think that production kind of slowed down, and then they cleaned up the area completely. They destroyed those cones, they created the bridge, they created the museum all at once. And this cone is just paying tribute to what the area used to be and what it used to be used for. But it is about 90 feet tall from where I stand. And yeah, it's incredible. I'll never get used to the view. So now we're back to the center bench. And if we could get a view of the center bench, please. Thank you. So those sparks you see, that is just the wood burning as it's scraped along the glass. We're just using it to lightly flatten the bottom. We just brought over a small bit of clear. This is attached to the center of the bottom of the piece and then flattened down to essentially create a pad of clear. And this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe so that we can break this entire piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we attach that pipe to the end of the piece. To break the piece off, sometimes we'll apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, that breaking point, crack that connection, and then just pop it off with a tap of the pipe. That sends a vibration to those cracks. So now we have completely flipped the orientation of the piece. We can start working on opening this up to more so its full size. And again, this one I think is supposed to be opened up a little bit more, I heard the artist say. More cylindrical. Yeah, I was just describing what the mixture is for the clear glass. So in this hot shop and mini hot shops, we use a soda lime glass. So it's soda ash limestone and a little bit of, well, mostly silica sand, I should say. Just a little bit of the other ingredients. And we just melt that down in our furnace for about a day to 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and then we're ready to use it. And you can imagine that the colors are probably the same mixture. They just have those added metals and minerals and oxides to get the color. And we're starting to really work on the opening of the piece. First things first, our artist stretched the glass out to thin that area right around the opening. And all of this glass will be broken or trimmed away that she's sectioned off. So this cone-shaped tool, this is the Sophietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows us to reinflate the glass a little bit at least after it's already been removed from its blowpipe. So right now it's on a solid pipe. We shouldn't really be able to blow into this form anymore, but this allows us to. So just to describe, this is probably the same process that they used for any of the pieces that had these smaller openings on the top, including this one here, the cone-shaped protrusion on top. But yeah, I wasn't here for that one. I have no idea how they attached that cone so perfectly. And you know what I think would be interesting to watch right now is more of the after process, or the process of what our visiting artist goes through in her own time in her own studio. And again, these pieces on the pedestals themselves, smaller ones, these were made by our visiting artist before she even came into the hot shop for this residency. And yeah, we have a process video kind of showing off how she gets certain textures and colors in the surface of the piece. So let's see that process video, please. So I just wanted to point out a couple of specific things in the video. The paint, quote unquote, that was applied to the glass. It's more so like an enamel or powdered glass. It's applied to the surface in the form of a paste, and that is then fired on. So it is complete like glass. You won't be able to scrub anything off or anything. And then the metal scene, there's actually metal filings being sprayed onto the surface of the piece to stick to the outside of the finished piece. And the idea of that is that the embedded metal filings will oxidize over time so that the piece just continues to evolve and transform outside of the studio after the work is finished, that as that rust kind of spreads and forms. So yeah, all really interesting. And then we're at the powder booth again, if we could see the left bench in the powder booth. We'll be going back and forth from the bench to the powder booth, getting another layer of that powder now that we have gotten our piece onto a second pipe. And for anyone that's recently joined in, I want to reintroduce what we have going on in general. So we have a visiting artist, Annette Blair, today, and she is the one who's been working at the center bench for the most part. Now she's over at the powder booth. I'll make sure to point her out again later, but she's about 25 years of experience working with glass, and she has her own studio. She works on pieces all the time, but it's coming into the museum, I think, to work a little bit larger scale. That's what artists frequently do here. And today we're seeing pieces that are a little bit different. They are more experimental because it's going to be a collaboration between our visiting artist, Annette, and then another artist, April. And she is here today as well. What April's going to do, she's going to carve and etch into the surface of the glass, and that will create physical and visual texture. We've been kind of showing off some examples in the front of what this looks like. So our artist Annette will blow the piece of glass, and then April will carve away at the surface. So this is an example. I think it's some leaves and a stem. And that's why we're seeing so many layers of colors. When we carve through those layers, it reveals the other layers underneath. So we have a lot of contrast. So we're using that hot handheld torch to heat up just a small section on the side of the piece. And you can see we're heating up molten hot. This is where we're going to be attaching a small handle that we made earlier. This one piece in the front has a handle that's basically the same style, so if you need a reference. So Annette has that handle on the end of that pipe. She's just gonna knock it off and then carry it over to be heated up and then attached. There's a variety of ways that people create handles. To get this perfectly circular shape, you have to create the handle independently and then bring it over. But for a lot of other handles, like if you go into the gift shop and you see pitchers, like a water pitcher, those are frequently molten glass that you bring over and you attach to the side and immediately twist and then finish off the design just then and there. And can we have a view of the left bench, please? So we have a pretty good view of what they're doing up on the screen now. It looks like they just took some more powdered glass and they covered up where they attached the handle. Because we used that hot torch to melt it smooth, we wanted to get that texture back. Also, just a little reminder in case anyone has forgotten, feel free to ask any questions that you might have, whether it's about the galleries or the artists or the glass. I'd say that usually artists are here for a full residency, which is 5 days long, and that's the entire time that we're open during the week, so from Wednesday to Sunday. So this residency was that long. Every once in a while, there will be a residency that's a little bit shorter, and those ones are more so specialty, like they're here for a specific event or something. Oh, it looks like we finished our piece. So we apply some water, tap the pipe to pop it off, and let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. You guys made it through the whole process without dying of heat stroke. So this piece has gone into the annealer. This box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will, at the end of the day, press a button, and it will slowly cool everything down all at once. This prevents thermal shock. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We're getting started on the next piece. Just over on the left bench, we have a view of this up on the screen. And once we have our project kind of started, then we move over to the center bench where we finish blowing it out. And our visiting artist is at the center bench now. Her name is Annette Blair. And let's show off some of her work while we're at it. Thank you. So throughout this slideshow, we're going to have some photos of another artist's work, April, as well. And this is because we are specifically seeing some collaborative pieces today between the two artists. So Annette is going to be shaping these forms in the hot shop, and then after they cool down, April will be going in and etching and carving away at the surface of the glass to get physical and visual detail in the piece. Thank you. And welcome to those who just joined in. I was just describing our visiting artist, Annette Blair. And she's over on the far right side of the hot shop at the moment. She'll be coming back out. But we are working on some collaborative pieces between her and another artist who is actually with us today as well, April. And we are going to see a blown piece made. It's kind of hard to describe the shape. The last one we made was sort of a jug, so a little bit squat, a little bit wide, and it had a handle on the side. We'll see how this one turns out in particular. But everything has to start somewhere. So this piece, we want a layer of color within the walls of the piece. So we heated up some color, dropped it down on top of a clear bubble. That's what you just saw. And we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it covers up the clear so that all we see is the color. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. And feel free to sit wherever you like. I think that seats right about here are going to be the best view of this center bench. And that's where we're actually going to be blowing out the piece and finishing it off. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, as of right now, we have just started the project. We could see it up on the screen. All we have so far is a little bubble of clear glass, and then we've layered over top of that a piece of color. And that color started off as this color bar right here. We just take a section of it off and drop it down, spread it over top to simplify it. These guys have all been working with glass for a long time, between 20 and 30 years each for most of them. So they make all this look really easy, that's for sure. We're going to let this sit and cool down a bit, and then we're going to gather some clear glass over it. So this is where we get all of our molten clear glass inside of that tank with the closed door. This layer of clear starts to build up some mass for the piece, giving us more material to work with. So it looks like we're just cooling the pipe down real quick. We have these troughs of water that we set the pipe into to cool them down. We can handle the pipe closer to the glass that way. So this cart is filled with pieces that have been made over the last 4 days at the museum. This was a full 5-day residency for Annette, so we've seen a large variety of pieces made. And if you're wondering about the texture of the glass, this is actually a powdered colored glass that was sifted onto the surface and then melted in just enough for it to stick, but not so much that it melted flat. So we were left with that texture. And these are pieces that were made just yesterday. It looks like they're taking them out. If you were to touch them, you would still feel a lot of heat coming from them. And after letting that glass cool down one more time, we're gathering a layer of clear again. Same purpose, building up some mass. Each time we get a new layer of glass, we sit down and use the block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool that's kept constantly saturated in water. That's why it's shiny. And that forms a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass. The idea is to smooth and round this back out. And pretty soon, once we have all of the glass we need for this project, again, we'll move over to the center bench where we fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. We're next using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. We use this off and on, especially when we're starting to blow something out. It's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. So this is something fun to watch. We're dripping some of that glass off into a bucket. You can see how much the glass resembles honey, which is why I love to compare it to honey. All the glass that drops into that bucket is clear glass only, so eventually we just crush it up, throw it into the furnace to completely reuse it, which, yeah, is really nice. Most of our excess glass is clear anyways. And just a little reminder for anyone that's recently joined in, we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Annette Blair, and she's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench at the moment. And everyone else, a lot of them work for the Museum of Glass, but we have a couple of other guests here today who are supporting Annette in her process. And one of those people, her name is April, and she works with glass cold. She carves and etches away at the surface of glass panels. Panels are what I've seen the most of her work anyways. But this time, Annette is going to be blowing some various shapes, some various forms for April to be carving into. So it's going to be a collaborative piece. I guess pieces. The entire day we've been working on those various collaborative pieces. We made a few bowls in the beginning of the day, And now we're working on these more jug-shaped piece of glass, like the ones in the front. And this is April in the front, just to point her out to you all. She's had work displayed in the museum before as well, and she's taught classes at Pilchuck, which is a glass school 2 hours north. And I'm very sad I missed out. Yeah, we have so much talent on the floor. So we only have one layer of color in this piece in particular, but a lot of the pieces that we've been making so far during the residency and today have been using a powdered colored glass, and that sticks to the surface and creates a physical texture as well as just visual detail. So these pieces, they actually feel sandy on the surface because of that powder. So we've moved on to creating the jack line. We've just finished the jack line. It's a divot right off the end of the pipe. We break the entire piece off later on from that line. And now we're starting to really blow this piece of glass out. And the way that a lot of blown pieces work is we create the lower half of the piece first, so the bottom, and then we flip the orientation of the piece, and then we work on the top half. So we're forming the bottom of the vessel. And just in case anyone is curious, we use these wooden paddles mostly to shield Annette's arm from that radiant heat that's coming off of the piece. But we do use them to flatten the glass every once in a while too, which is why they're so charred. So we started to really flatten the bottom of the piece using the newspapers, which again is that pad in Annette's hand. And then we're using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom a little bit further as well. This can be helpful because it's a really straight edge tool. So we can get much better angles in the glass. Yeah, just those very subtle touches is able to completely change the shape, huh? Okay, so we've moved to a different bench, and that is because we're going to be going to the powder booth next. So this is the moment that some of you guys have been waiting for. That texture is going to be applied to the surface of the piece. So we heat this up just enough for that powder to stick, and then we have a view of the powder booth up on the screen now. We can't physically see this. It's a little bit around the corner of the hot shop, but we use this well-ventilated space to ensure that we don't inhale any of that powdered glass as we're sifting it onto the piece. And again, this is just going to stick and create a different color and texture for the final product. So we have gotten a few layers of this powder at this point. Now we can start melting some sections of that in using this smaller handheld torch. And I don't know if I've really described a ton of the temperatures in the hot shop so far, but this torch is really impressive. It could get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I compare it to basically a little lightsaber. It can just catch anything on fire. Just be careful. So we're using it to heat up a really small section at a time. This avoids heating up anything that we don't want to heat, and actually changing the shape, for example. But just to compare that to other temperatures in the hot shop, when the glass is completely molten to the texture of honey, it's at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's not even half the heat of that torch. And it looks like we were heating that up just enough again to get some more powder. And I know a few people have joined in here and there while we've been doing this, so I want to point out we've been getting this powder on the surface of the glass for texture and for color. So these pieces on the front table here and on this cart right here are really good comparisons to what you'll see as a final product, and good examples of how we use that powder. So this is an important step right here. We brought over a small bit of clear earlier and we attached that, flattened it into a pad, and that is just going to allow us to attach this pipe that we're attaching right now. And this is going to act as a second handle, so we'll break this entire piece off of its original pipe. It'll just be stuck to the second one, flipping the orientation of the piece. And welcome to those who joined in recently in the hot shop. I just wanted to share real quick what we have going on in general, because I know that some new people have joined in here and there. But we have a visiting artist. Her name is Annette Blair, and she's the one who's been sitting and working at this center bench all day today. And we're working on some collaborative pieces today. So she's going to be collaborating with another artist on the floor who's disappeared to the right temporarily. Her name is April. So Annette's going to be blowing these pieces of glass, and then April will be carving and etching away at the surface of the piece to create physical and visual texture. And we actually have some sort of test tiles up in the front of this as well, just kind of showing off what the final pieces will look like. Right now we're working on the opening of the piece. We're mostly trying to thin the glass out by stretching it out first, and then Annette is going in with some shears, which are like glass scissors, and cutting some excess glass away. So this is where the scraps on the floor come from. We create very little scrap throughout the day, but when we do, that's how much we have. So we're already starting to slowly open this up. And what's interesting is she hasn't really gone on the inside of the piece very much yet, you'll notice. More so on the outside of the piece, right around the opening. So what's happening is we can use centrifugal force to open a piece up. If you don't know what that is, it's an outward pulling force from spinning. If you're on something like a carousel, you can kind of feel that force pulling it outward. So if we spin the pipe relatively fast, this will push the glass outward. And we'll usually control the shape by keeping a tool on the outside so it can't flare out too far. And here we are going on the inside with the jacks, those two metal blades. Oh, and it looks like we're already getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. You can always tell when you see somebody start getting suited up. So Sarah has these big Kevlar gloves, some protective wear, as well as a large mask, face shield. So we're going to be leaning into this 900-degree Fahrenheit box to put this piece away. So we need all this gear to break the piece off. Just like earlier, we apply water, tap the pipe, and let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, guys. And into the annealer it goes. So the annealer is going to slowly cool this piece of glass down overnight, starting from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And I'll check in and see what they're doing next. Each of these pieces has been taking about an hour. We have 45 minutes, if even, left. So maybe we'll see something small made. So our artists are just going to be deliberating, talking about their next piece. And in the meantime, feel free to ask questions if you guys have any. I'm going to give my voice a break. It's very warm. So did you guys see the last piece we just finished and put away? Dang. So we are going to make a smaller version of that. It's just a little bit of a hard shape to describe, which is why I was wondering. I think it's something like this, except a little bit squatter. And of course, it was a much larger scale. I think the final piece ended up being about this wide. But we'll see a smaller version of it just to save a little bit of time. And we're going to be using another piece of color. And that color application process will be starting over on the left. Pretty soon here, the screen will be active. It'll be following the artist around, so hopefully you'll be able to see that process. Did I already tell you? I don't think I've told you guys, but these pieces are going to end up being collaborative pieces between our visiting artist, Annette Blair. She's the one who's standing at the center bench, by the way. And another artist, April, who is also here today, kind of far off to the right, around the corner. And this is an example piece right here. It's just a tile that they almost practiced on. This isn't a final piece itself, but Annette probably made the glass, handed it off to April, and then April carved away at it. So that's what we could expect to be done with the surface of these finished pieces. So they will have carvings in the side. And it all runs off of natural gas. The furnaces, they stay running 24/7, except, well, yeah, the glass furnaces themselves stay running 24/7. Nothing else does. And this is what we're using to get our color today, which it looks like we have a view back up on the screen now. And can we show off some of our visiting artist artwork, please? So there's going to be a slideshow up on the screen that'll show off some of Annette's previously made work. And of course, we do have those pieces on the front pedestals. And then we also have some pictures of April's work, such as those panels. And this is just going to give you an idea of the level of detail that she can get in the glass just from a couple of layers of color. She etches through the top layer of color, and that reveals the other layers of color underneath. That's the idea of having all those layers of color within a piece. It's really interesting. So at the center bench, Annette has a piece of color over top of some clear glass and has just blown a bubble into it. I know we can't see that bubble at the moment, but it is there within the color. It looks like we'll be layering a second color over top of this that Gabe is working with over on the left bench right now. So we'll see that whole process again. Annette holds the pipe upright. And Gabe completely melts that color before bringing it over and dropping it directly on top of the bubble. And this is why they call it a color drop, because we are quite literally dropping color. And welcome to those who joined us in the hot shop. We are finishing off one more piece. We're making a blown form that is going to have 2 layers of color at least. We've just applied that second layer of color. And this is Annette Blair, who's working with this piece of glass at the moment. She is our visiting artist for this week. And this is the last day of her residency. So this is final piece, final day. We're finishing everything off right now. She's actually from Canberra, Australia. And she has her own studio there, but she also works in a public studio there as well, or a more shared studio, I should say. So what we do is we let that layer of color cool down and we start gathering layers of clear over top of that. Mostly just to build up some mass for the piece, give us more material to work with. So now we have a layer of clear. We sit down and use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even that out right away. Yeah, just in case anyone missed that, we were just using a pipe cooler real quick, which is a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And now we're back at the center bench, heating this up. We'll probably blow it out and shape it a little bit. Again, this is going to be a smaller piece than the pieces we were working on earlier, just because of our lack of time. So we're rolling the glass on the marver being this metal table. Sometimes we do this to shape the glass, but in this case, we're actually trying to cool a section of the glass down, especially the end of the bubble. And that's going to prevent it from blowing out too much in that one direction, and therefore controlling the thickness throughout the bubble. So the water is actually, I just answered this with someone in the front, so I'm sorry I didn't say it on my microphone, but we are using the water in this pad, and it's actually creating a layer of steam in between the newspaper pad and the surface of the glass, so it's not really touching the glass at all. But if we were to dunk the entire bubble of glass into a bucket of water, for example, that would hiss and crack, and it would crack the surface of the piece. We do that purposefully sometimes to create a crackle effect. And yeah, the newspapers, they erode over time, maybe even in a few days, depending on how much we saturate them. We really just want to splash them rather than soak them. The water destroys them more than the glass. Yeah, pretty much. The steam, and then papers kind of contour to the shape of your hand, and yeah. It's like the light and frost effect. So for those who are just joining in, we are finishing off one more piece in the hot shop, working on the bottom of the piece first, and then eventually we'll flip the orientation and work on the top half. It looks like we're just now starting to shape the bottom. We want mostly flat bottom, but a little bit tapered, just like this piece you're seeing here. And this is actually a relatively similar shape to what we'll see for this one as well. Maybe a little bit squatter. So there you can see that tapered shape pretty well up on the screen, how it's mostly flat, just a little bit tapered. Also, we are using some of these wooden paddles to flatten, some of them to shield Annette's hand and arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. And it's looking like this color is going to be a white base, but it has this amber over top of it. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to see that color while we're working with the piece, but once it cools down overnight, all that color is completely clear and the original color, what it was meant to be. And it's looking like we are going to be transferring this piece to a second pipe pretty soon. If you haven't seen that process already, basically any time we blow a piece of glass, whether it be a vase or a cup or a bowl, we need to attach a pipe to the bottom once we finish the bottom. Break it off of its original pipe, the one it's on right now, and that's going to flip the orientation of the piece so we can start opening it up and finishing it off. So we attach that pipe to the bottom. To break the piece off, we usually apply some water to that breaking point. Tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks from the water, pops the piece right off. So now we can start to open this up, turn it into its final shape. And we'll see if they do this for this one, but a lot of these pieces have been using a powdered colored glass for texture and for additional color. Like a lot of these pieces right here is just a really good example. So we'll see if they do that for this one. But it is really interesting. They heat it up just enough for it to stick, but not so much that it melts down, and it leaves a sandy texture on the surface of the glass. Yeah, just to share again, in case anyone missed this earlier, we have visiting artist Annette Blair at the center bench. She's the one sitting and working. And she is designing some pieces that are going to be collaborative pieces with another artist on the floor, April. And she is close to the back, kind of directly behind me. And what April will do is she's going to engrave, etch at the surface of these glass pieces to create various patterns that are both physical, like textural, and also visual. So yeah, really interesting. And this is the one day of the residency that they've been working on these collaborative pieces. The rest of the residency, Annette has been focusing primarily on pieces that are based off of these ones on the front pedestals. You could see a lot of them right here. And a lot of these have embedded metal filings, or will have embedded metal filings that will oxidize over time. And that means that this piece is going to continue to change and evolve even after it has been finished as the metal oxidizes and rusts. Yeah, she's inspired by connections to people and places. So she brings in a lot of pieces based off of materiality, memory, and passing time. Yeah, exactly. So this is the time where we do all of the hot work. So we blow it out, we shape it, and then we let it cool down at least overnight. And then on a later date, this can be taken into the cold shop. So we have a cold shop and a hot shop. And the cold shop is where we have a bunch of equipment that can grind and cut and polish the glass. And I think that a lot of people, they use these wheels that grind into the glass when you hold the glass up to it. It's interesting. I don't know a ton about cold working, but yeah, it's a whole process that happens to a lot of pieces after they're done in the hot shop, and nobody ever sees it. Wow, so that was the last piece of the day done. We broke it off, clean break, and it goes into the annealer to cool down overnight. And that concludes the entire residency, which is crazy. Yeah, please feel free to ask me any final questions that you might have. We still have about 8-9 minutes left before the museum closes. So if you needed to check anything else out, use the bathroom, ask me questions, feel free to do any of that. The artist residencies are usually about 5 days, and Annette's was. She started on Wednesday.